Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're watching live, welcome. And if you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. This is officially the first week in ages that The Count of Monte Cristo is no longer hanging over my head. I have completed that book. I did end up really enjoying it. I rated it, I think it was about 4.5 stars. It was a really incredible experience to read a classic that I thoroughly enjoyed. There were some parts about the ending that I didn't really like so much and I wish would have been a little bit different. And honestly, had they been different, it probably would have been a complete, total, like perfect 5-star experience. But still, 4.5 is very good for a 1,243 page book. So very glad to be done with that. And tonight, I hope if I can to finish Someone You Can Build a Nest In. I don't know how well my brain is going to be able to focus on reading tonight. I ended up getting some rough news yesterday afternoon at work, and I found out that there are some changes that are coming to my job. And then a friend of mine, actually, like multiple people that I know who are like really good people, are likely to lose their jobs in the near future. The question of like how near is unknown, but just really hard when you find that out. And your own job is not, I don't want to say necessarily in a precarious position, because I am being very positive about my role and everything that's going on, because like I feel, at least for right now, that I'm doing fine. But they like, you never want to see people lose their job, and you don't want to see people that you care about and who you think are really wonderful and are great at their role lose their job. So I'm going to try to be and feel very positive tonight, even though I'm kind of feeling a little down. And that's the last that you're going to hear me mention it. But this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. It's been freaking hot here. It's been in the 80s. I don't know how we got like, what was it, like a week or two of beautiful fall weather in September, and then it just ramped up to being really hot again, which I can't really say I'm surprised about. October typically starts out hot and ends freezing cold and rainy. So we'll see how that goes. But tonight, I currently do not have a beverage, which is a shame on me. I need to go and get a water. But when Keaton gets home, I told him that I would make both of us some Moscow mules. So I'll end up having a mule later on tonight as well. And for dinner tonight, I am going to have some leftover chili that I made. And it ended up being really tasty. I put a couple serranos in it, and it's like, actually, I could have added more serrano, to be completely honest with you. It's not spicy enough, but it does taste good. And I'm going to go over to the comments and see who all is here and how everybody's doing. And Robert is here. Hi, Robert. Robert says, grab a drink, grab a snack. Yes, absolutely. And he said, I'm currently reading the Futurological Congress from the memoirs of I. John Tichy. Happy National Samsonite Small Luggage Day. Samsonite. I was way off. And Heidi says, Robert, love your fake days, just like your funny would you rathers. Yes, I think they're really good. And Kat says, hey, Alex. Hi, Kat, Robert, and Heidi. Have you on the big screen TV, Alex, while working on my home library? Ooh, yay. Exciting changes to your home library. And Robert says, hello, Heidi. Kind of ran out of ideas of the would you thing. Yeah, see, now you know why I stopped doing them, because it gets hard. Everybody was like, these are too ridiculous. It's like, well, I ran out of all the ones that make sense. And Heidi says, I was halfway through Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower. Amazing and brutal, just like, or you are, excuse me, you are halfway through. Amazing and brutal, just like The Road. Also reading Ubik by Philip K. Dick. Make sure you use your Ubik as directed. That's awesome. And Kat says, and making pumpkin spice chai. Hoo-hoo. Ooh, Kat, there's a coffee shop near me that did a apple butter chai, and I did end up trying it. I made a mistake though of not realizing that the apple butter flavor came from syrup. I should have known because like everything comes from syrup nowadays. But I didn't give it a good enough mix, and so I took a huge sip of it. It was seriously like somebody just shoved a spoonful of apple butter into my mouth. But like the longer that I drank it, it did get better when I got to like the cold foam part because I'm not a big chai drinker, but I have a feeling if it was mixed, you probably would have liked that. Robert says, Cat. And Heidi says, Robert, you need to join Cat Sprints on Wednesday at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. So much fun. Yeah, she is so much fun. Cat says, oh, you're so sweet, Heidi. And Anne is here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, good evening. Good evening to you. And Magnolia. Hi, Magnolia. Magnolia says, hello, Alex and chat. Robert is giving that question to Heidi. And Heidi says, Alex, I'm planning to read The Three Musketeers next summer, slowly over the 3 months like I did with Musashi. Yes, I will eventually read The Three Musketeers, thanks to the joy that I got from the Count of Monte Cristo. It's definitely not going to be anytime soon because I need a break from reading something that long. I got my 2 good chunky books in this year. We'll see what happens next year, but the rest of the year I'm taking it easier on myself. And Magnolia says, oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that, Alex. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so sorry to hear that sad news. Thank you. And Robert says, 71 in Joyzy, 45 in the morning. Thank God. And Heidi says, hello, Magnolia. What are you reading? Did you finish House of Leaves? Ah, yes, House of Leaves. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. I just wrote 2 book reviews. Nice. I'm in between books at the moment, so might relax for the first sprint. Very, very nice. Happy to hear that. And Stina's here. Hi, Stina. Stina says, hello, Alex and chat. And hello to you. And Heidi says, yes, have a meal, double shot, maybe. No joke, I might. And I think I mentioned last week that I used gin, and I have really been liking a gin meal. So I might do 2 shots, and you can't taste it. The thing about gin, and my stepmom and I agree about this, is like I don't like the taste of the elderberries. Like I don't want to drink gin straight, but when it's mixed into something, it can be really smooth. So I might become like a big fan of gin. And Magnolia says, hey, Heidi, haven't finished it yet. There will be a 36-page massive chapter and didn't have time for that yet. Finished Yellow Face, 5 stars. Oh, nice. Now reading The 50/50 Killer by Steve Mosby. And you? And Zach is here. Hi, Zach. And Zach says, hello. I'm reading Architecture by Ruby Rowe, which is a new book that's a sapphic dark academia romantasy. Cool. And Anne says, trying to read 2 books, The Loneliness of Sonia and Sunny by Kieran Desai and The Wall by Marlon Haushofer. I know you were reading The Loneliness last week. The Wall is one that I swear our group has talked about at some point before, and I've heard good things about it. Hopefully you like it. You said right now, staring out the window. Well, that can be nice too. And Chris says, sending positive vibes your way, Alex. Thank you. I am maintaining for myself a lot of positivity, and then want to be supportive for people who are going through a harder time right now, or like are dealing with a lot of ambiguity. I mean, I think we're all dealing with ambiguity in one way or another. But when like you finally get news that you've been waiting for, that you kind of knew was coming, but it still sucks to get it. Even though you've been primed for it, processing that information is hard. And so I don't know. I had a lot of people check in on me to be like, hey, are you doing okay? Because like multiple buildings got news. And I really appreciated people reaching out. And, I basically said the same thing to everybody, which is like, yeah, it sucks, but I'm not going to be negative about it right now. So, because I just don't have it in me to. I really don't. I can't sit and worry about things that I don't know what's going to happen. That would be horrible for my mental health. And I honestly think the fact that I'm able to do that to going to therapy, because previously I probably would have been in a horrible spiral, and I'm not. I'm actually doing okay right now. So thanks. Kat says, ooh, apple butter chai. And Stina says, I'm trying to catch up on some emails and phone calls and Hester chapters for Victober. Very nice. Zach says, I had a would you rather idea. Would you rather have an extra $100 a day and untraceable cash for an extra hour in the day. Wait, would you rather have an extra $100 a day? I'm guessing you mean or untraceable wait, and untraceable cash or an extra hour in the day. Oh, oh. Hmm. I would take an extra $100 a day. I don't really need it to be untraceable. Like, it doesn't matter to me because I'm not buying anything like super shady, but I absolutely would take that money and I would squirrel it away. And Magnolia says, "Hey, Kat, I'm getting so many freaking spam calls over the last 2 days. I don't know who sold my information, but screw them." And Kat says, "Hey, Magnolia." Magnolia says, "Finishing up The Secret Keeper by Kate Morton." And Anne says, "Have you ever tried slow gin?" I've heard of slow gin, but no, I have not tried that. And Zach says, "I liked The Wall." I think I remember you were one of the people who talked about it, Zach. And Heidi says, "Oh, maybe next year read Lonesome Dove in 2026 for your annual chonker." Kat loved it. That's awesome. I've heard of The Lonesome Dove. And Melissa says, "What happened?" "Oh, just some stuff at work. It's all good." And Anne says, "That's good to hear, Zach." And Magnolia says, "I just finished a Hallmark movie before coming here. I just love a Hallmark movie sometimes. Nice and cozy. It was called October Kiss." Loved it. Nice. Stina says, "Give me the money." Yeah, exactly. Heidi says, "I'll take the money." And Zeg says, "Also glad you like The Count and more than Monte Cristo. Oh, The Count of Monte Cristo more than me. By the end, Valentine and Maximilian's relationship was the only thing I cared about." Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, so I won't talk about it. But one of the things I put in my like comment on Goodreads was I was really the thing that I was most upset about was what happened with Haiti and Mercedes. Those are the two things that like I thought that the ending should have been different. And Kat says Lonesome Dove is amazing. Magnolia says, "Yesterday I watched an amazing movie with Steve Martin in it, and I just had to share. It's called Bowfinger. It's really hilarious. Eddie Murphy is in it as well." I have never heard of that. That's good to know, Magnolia. Thank you. We can all use a lighthearted movie every now and then, so always appreciate the recommendations. And I will go ahead and get us started on our first 45-minute sprint. I'm going to go get me a glass of water. And my first question to you is, do you listen to any podcasts? And if so, which ones and what do they focus on? I think that's one is a good question because I just discovered a new podcast. Also, do I want to change my color this week? I realize I'm using the same color as last week. I could do green. I could do blue. I don't know. I tend to go between green and purple, so I guess we're going to do green this week. No, come back. What is happening? Did it seriously stop sharing? What the frick is going on? There we go. Darn technology. Alrighty, let's see. I'm gonna get this started here, and I'm gonna actually start it this time, I swear. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Did a little bit of doodling, and I read some more of Someone You Can Build a Nest In, and I'm currently at page 260. 260 out of, I believe it's 307. Yeah, 307. So 47 pages from the end. It's pretty good. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one, oh my God, did I put that? No, it changed my question. Oh my God. Oh, that is so frustrating. I'm sorry. When I changed the color, it changed the question. Before we left, I had asked you all, do you listen to any podcasts? And if so, which ones and what do they focus on? But if you ended up answering the other question, that's not your fault. So I'm sorry about that. That's weird. Let's see. Let me go back here and find. I know I starred. There we go. Zach says, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yuck. Talking about the Count of Monte Cristo. And Heidi says, Magnolia, did you dump Tony Shalhoub for Steve Martin? And Kat says, I love podcasts. Which ones do you listen to? And Magnolia says, Heidi, what are you reading? And Stina says, I don't listen to anything regularly, but I enjoyed Behind the Bastards when I happened upon an episode. It's about the history of awful people. That does sound interesting. And Melissa says, finally finished The Fellowship of the Ring. Very nice. And what did you end up thinking of it? Did you end up liking it? Hopefully so. And Magnolia says, Heidi, no, Tony Shalhoub stays my number one actor, but Steve Martin is amongst my long list of favorite actors as well. And it turned into an Unplanned Steve marathon, which now slowly will become a bit more Hallmark movies and Halloween thriller for Halloween-a-thon. Very nice. Heidi says, oh no, Alex, the ending of Christo is perfect. I disagree. You can watch the 2002 movie for your ending, which is more happily ever after, but who did he spend most of his time with? Yeah, but it was a lot of time off screen. It's implied time, not like actually getting to watch him build a relationship with the person that he ends up in the end, and the relationship that he had with her makes it uncomfortable that it ended up becoming romantic, and that was my main issue with it and why I thought it was gross. And Magnolia says, no podcast for me. I don't have the patience for that. That's fair. And Zach says, I'll say the Rationally Insane podcast on the channel, Rachel D. Oak. It's mostly fun and silly stuff about the romance genre of books. Oh, well, that sounds like fun. Just a joy. And Heidi says, Magnolia, I'm reading Parable of the Sower by Octavia Butler, which is amazing and brutal like The Road. And Angela says, hi, Alex and friends. Hi, Angela. I'm reading The Woman in Black by Susan Hill tonight. I'm loving the very atmospheric and gothic vibe. I have another 60 pages left. Wonderful. Anne says, has The Dome by Stephen King been made into a movie? It was made into a TV series. I never watched it, but I loved the book. He says, Anne, yes, a miniseries. It was awful. And Anne says, I am enjoying the loneliness of Sonia and Sunny, but one of the secondary characters is really infuriating. And Anne says, Heidi, thank you. My wife was asking. And Sakshi is here. Hi, Sakshi. Good to see you. And hello to Talkana. And Heidi says, what is the question for the Sprint podcast? Yeah, sorry about that. Friends Talking Fantasy with Charles and Dylan is my favorite. And Stina says, do you listen to podcasts? And if so, what is one you enjoyed? Yeah, thank you. Magnolia says, never heard of that book, Heidi. And she said, I read 2 chapters and almost fell asleep, though. Well, I know it's late for you, so it's totally okay if you fall asleep. Stina says, got some stuff arranged for a meeting this weekend. Very nice. And Patricia says, hi, Alex. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. I hope you are as well. Today, I'm reading If It Makes You Happy by Julie Olivia. Nice. Talkana says, my favorite podcast is Lore by Aaron Monkey, which is like spooky true stories or just about anything podcast by Parcast. Or just about anything produced by Parcast. Nice. And Kat says, podcast happier with Gretchen Rubin, happier in Hollywood, and about happiness. Welcome to Night Vale Weird Stories. I really need to listen to Welcome to Night Vale because I know that they got turned into books. And I weirdly have a signed copy of one of the books from that series, but it's not the first one, so I can't read it yet. You said LeVar Burton reads short stories. That's so sweet. Also, did you all hear about the new Reading Rainbow, how it's going to be Michael? And I thought it was really sweet because I'd actually seen Michael and I used to follow his content. I don't know why I'm not following his content anymore, but I just hadn't seen him in a little while. And then when it was announced that he was going to be the new host for Reading Rainbow, I was like, there is nobody like today more perfect for that than him, because he's just so passionate and so sweet, and he would be great for kids, and like he loves reading. He was a librarian as a profession, and then the fact that they picked him, I don't know how that ended up working out, but I'm very happy for him. And you said The Office Ladies, The Office rewatch, to name a few. Wonderful. I ended up recently discovering a podcast which deals with health and wellness, and talking about like the different ways that the health industry can try to scam people, or like series like The Biggest Loser, like all of the issues that came out of that. They did an episode on seed oils and the science behind seed oils, which was really interesting. And it's called Maintenance Phase. So if anybody wants, like, I think it's pretty humorous in addition to being educational, because I really like the hosts. So if anybody be interested in that. Telcata says, I finished working. Very nice. And you said started Someone You Can Build a Nest in the other day. So good. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting read. I can honestly say that it is not really what I was expecting it to be, and that's a good thing. It really is. Because I knew that it was going to be a romance story, but the degree to which it is a romance is so much smaller than the degree to which it's kind of like a gory horror novel about, what's the real monsters in society type thing. It's fun. And Anne says it is bedtime stories for adults. Very nice. And Magnolia says, you are so butchering Tony's last name. I wasn't surprised. If you want to spell it out phonetically for me, you totally can. Because I don't remember how to say it. I'm sure after you tell me, I'll probably be like, oh yeah, I've heard that before, but I don't remember. And Kat says, yes, I'm so excited that Michael Threets, oh, that's his last, I never knew his last name, took over LeVar Burton's place. Takana says, I read the wrong question and thought you were going to have a short stream today that y'all were nearly done. No, I I went in and I changed the color of the banner down below because I had it at purple. And for whatever reason, when I changed the color of the banner, it changed which question I had selected. I don't know why. Just stupid. And Stina said, oh, yes, I've occasionally listened to LeVar's podcast, so I'm going back to the beginning to listen straight through the backlist. Very nice. And Melissa says, I listen to many podcasts. Most of them either deal with books or history. I listen to podcasts like That Was Us, a This Is Us rewatch with Mandy Moore, Chris Sullivan, and Sterling K. Brown. Awesome. And Kat says, Barry just got home, and he says, hello. Hi, Barry. I hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Well, now I also want to go back and look at the last name that I kept mispronouncing, because I always hate it when I do that. I'm really terrible with names, but I have never claimed to be, the best with them either. So it's not pronounced Shalab. So how do you say that? Just let me know. And Zach says, my book, Architecty, is a romance between a soul reaper and a demon. Oh, fun. And Teresa, hi, Teresa. Teresa says, hello, all. I think we're going to the drive-in. Oh, fun. So I won't be able to be here long. I'm reading Mary Barton and Uncle Silas for Victober. Oh, that's great. And I hope you have fun at the drive-in. What are you going to go see? And Anne says, hello, Kat and Barry. Melissa says, I also listen to a number of current new podcasts and a bunch of cold case podcasts. Yeah, I know there's a ton of true crime podcasts. There's 50 million of those for every other any kind of podcast. And Magnolia says, yes, trying to think of a phonetics. Give me a second. Stina says, I've always heard it pronounced Shaloob. Shaloob. Okay. If that's it, let me know if I said that correctly. And a cat says, hey, Anne. Well, awesome sauce. Let's see. My next question is going to be, who was your celebrity crush as a child? And Magnolia says, yes, Stina, that's true. Thanks. Well, I wasn't that off. You made it sound like I was just horribly butchering it. Shalob and Shaloob, or they're pretty close. But it is important to get people's names right. Teresa says they are having an oldies weekend. Oh, that's cool. Sounds great. I hope it's a lot of fun. Keaton and I just watched the Jamie French video about the new War of the Worlds movie with Ice Cube, and it's a 45-minute recap. It's very funny, and that movie is absolutely atrocious. I'm so glad that I did not go to see that in theaters. I wouldn't have anyway, but then when I saw just how bad it was, I'm like, I'm so glad I didn't pay money for that. And Teresa says Blues Brothers and Smokey and the... Oh my God! Two amazing movies. Smokey and the Bandit's one of my favorite movies of all time. So you have a great time with that. And please sing Eastbound and Down for the whole song. And Stina says, Sean Cassidy, I am old. You're not old. You're so funny. All right, everybody. Well, I gave you your next question, and it's not going to switch on me this time. Dang technology. And I got another 45 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, let me know how you did. I am in like the thick of a fight scene right now, and I'm at page 274. 274 and someone you can build a nest in. And then Keaton just got home, and we both were cheersing our Moscow mules. I made mine. It's close to a double, not quite a double, but very close. And he put some like lime zest in it just to make it that much more limey. So I think it's going to be delicious. But before we left, I asked you all the question, who was your celebrity crush as a child? Let's go back and see what you had to say. Oh, Stina was answering the question. She said Sean Cassidy. Okay, I was wondering like where the name Sean Cassidy came from, but I realized it was an answer to the question. Melissa says John Stamos. Yeah, John Stamos, definitely a heartthrob, especially in his Full House years. And says Barry Manilow was and still is my crush. Ooh, can't smile without you. And Teresa says Barry and Andy Gibb. I don't know that I know who the Gibbs are. Can you tell me what they were in, or like were musicians, actors? I probably, if you told me what they did, I would know who they were. Melissa says, I loved Uncle Jesse's hair. Yeah, he had epic hair. And Teresa says, later I developed a crush on Sean Connery. Okay. Yes, I like his voice too. And Anne said, I also used to drive my brothers crazy with David Cassidy. Magnolia says, well, I had a Dutch crush, which was Eric Bauman, for someone maybe more known here, John Steed from the Avengers, but also Harrison Ford and more. I had a lot of crushes when I was young. That's fair. I don't feel like I had a ton of crushes, but I definitely had actors that I obsessed over. My biggest crush was probably Doug Jones, not the singer Doug Jones, but the actor who played Abraham Sapien, and he was also the Pale Man in Pan's Labyrinth, and he's played a ton of different roles, but he's like one of those monster makeup artists, so you never actually see his face. But I really liked him when I was growing up, and I used to also really like Ron Perlman. I'm less enthralled with Ron Perlman now that I've been told that he's kind of an ass, but everybody says Doug Jones is like a super sweet man, which is awesome. And then, of course, the love of Brendan Fraser from the Mummy movies, like specifically that Brendan Fraser. Swoon. And Kat says, I saw Smokey and the Bandit at a theater in New Orleans, and Stina, Sean Cassidy is coming to New Orleans. I think he's performing at House of Blues. I had a cassette of his tunes back in the day. That's so cool. Teresa says, I still think he's the best looking man ever. And you said Sean Connery. And Kat says, and my Nona grandmother took me to see Smokey and the Bandit. My grandma Julie's the one that I watched Smokey and the Bandit with. And Smokey and the Bandit was also the very first movie I watched when I bought my house. And I sent her a picture of me watching it on TV. And I was like, I'm thinking about you, Grandma. And Teresa says, this double feature should be good. Bye all. Bye. And Zach says, my earliest one was Amy Jo Johnson, the Pink Power Ranger, but Lindsay Lohan and Amanda Bynes were a little more serious when I was a little older. That makes perfect sense. And Angela said, Stina, no, I'm old. Mine was David Cassidy. And Robert says, crushes Raquel Welch, Elaine Joyce, and Sherry Lewis. Nice. And Magnolia says, LOL, everyone now thinks I'm very old, but no, I just fall for older guys. I mean, that's the thing. Mine were obviously all people who were well above my age. I don't think I ever had a crush on any teenage celebrity when I was growing up, because my era would have been Justin Bieber, and I hated him. So I'm trying to think. I'm like, any boy bands? No. I didn't, because I listened to like all the music that my mom listened to. So like 90s country and a lot of 70s and 80s music. So I didn't even really listen to like the popular music of my era. So yeah, maybe that was the reason why growing up I was always like, I like older men. which is really funny because I always said if I ended up with anybody, I would end up with somebody who was probably like 8 years older than me. And then I ended up with a man who's a year younger than I am. And Heidi said, in my 20s, Jean-Luc Picard. Oh, yeah, Picard. Adam Pascal, a Broadway show actor from Rent, and Ada and baseball player Mike Mussina. Mussina, very nice. Also, sorry to hear about the Mets, Heidi. And Anne says, Zach, this book doesn't have chapters. And Talkanda said, read a few chapters of The Woman in the Library. Yay! I'll be starting that very soon. 23rd, everybody. Woman in the Library on Kat's channel. And Kelly's here. Hi, Kelly. Kelly says, made it to page 38 of 262 of Something Wicked This Way. Comes by Ray Bradbury. I've read that. I love that book. I hope you really enjoy it. I'm a big Ray Bradbury fan. You said the Bee Gees were the Gibbs. Oh, the Bee Gees. Yes. Okay. Tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. Yeah, gotta love the Bee Gees. And Kat says Andy Gibb was the youngest brother. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, everybody's chiming in on the Bee Gees. I just didn't know. Good. Teresa says, how deep is your love? They sing. Yes. I know that one too. Kat says Barry's crushes were Linda Carter and Jacqueline Smith. Okay. And Zach says, got to page 143 in Architecty. I'm enjoying it. And now there's a sassy ghost cat. Very cute. And Christina says, David Cassidy, Sean Cassidy, Barry Gibb, Alonzo from Little House on the Prairie, which is a show I never watched, but probably would like. And Mick Jagger. All right, got the moves like Mick Jagger. I just love to, yeah, his moves. I didn't even read your next sentence and I said that. That's so funny. Kelly says, I was in love with Kurt Russell for decades. Kurt Russell. Yes. Robert says, Alex not knowing the Bee Gees. No, I know the band, the Bee Gees. I just did. You have to understand, if I know a group like of singers or people in band, that doesn't necessarily mean that I know the members. And actually, I'm very notorious for not knowing the members of most groups. If you're not an artist that, like Alan Jackson, it's like you are the lead and then you just like you have a backup band with you, but people just know you, obviously. But yeah, when it's a band, I don't know like anybody at all except Gene Simmons from Kiss, just because he's so famous. And Stina says Sean is holding up pretty dang well. And Angela says, as far as musical celebrities, it was Robert Plant and still is. And Magnolia says, in terms of singers, I had Shakin Stevens and Simon Climby. Still a big fan, though. And Anne says, my dad let me watch The Partridge Family. It's also a show I've never seen. And Stina says, Harrison Ford is literally old enough to be my father, but that didn't stop Teen Stina from crushing on him. Well, I'm fairly certain Brendan Fraser is old enough to be my dad, but I mean, he's hot in the Mummy movies, just saying. He's hot now. He's still handsome. And Kat says, I had lots of celebrity crushes. Sean Cassidy, Andy Gibb, Michael J. Fox, Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe, yep. Robert Downey Jr. and Keanu Reeves. Yeah, Keanu Reeves is supposedly such a sweet man in real life. And Magnolia says, same, never listened to top 40 music either. Grew up indeed with older music. And Kelly says, James Spader as Dr. Daniel Jackson was my ideal match. And Magnolia says, I had Robert Downey Jr. as well, Kat. Downey, right? Oh my God, I'm tired. You're fine. And Angela said, the woman in the library is arriving tomorrow. Woohoo! Glad to get to participate in that one. Kat's also excited. And Heidi says, maybe it will be the Brewers versus the Yankees in the World Series. The Brewers have gotten to the World Series one time, and I think it was in the 70s. And they lost. They've never won a World Series. If they get to the World Series in my lifetime, that'd be awesome. I'd be so happy. Stina says, I got my eye exam appointment made. Very nice. And Anne said, I still love the movie Saturday Night Fever. We should make our 14-year-old watch it. I have also never seen that. I know that's terrible because that's with John Travolta where he does his, very famous dance moves, and his, isn't it like a white Tux or something like that. And Zach says, I don't mind if a book doesn't have chapters. I stop anywhere anyways. Yeah, it's always really interesting to read Discworld novels because they don't have any breaks at all, except for like they have like those little icons that can denote that something is shifted, but there are no like chapter breaks. And it can be really hard to figure out like where am I supposed to put this down? And Angela said, FYI, Robert Kant is part of Led Zeppelin. Picant. Is it Picant or Kant? Is the P silent? I do know Led Zeppelin at least. And Stina says, I also had a crush on Eric Estrada. Alex, ah! And Kat says, I loved Nick from Duran Duran. And Kat says, yes, Stina, Eric Estrada was a hottie. I love this. Everybody's so excited about their crushes as a teen. And Heidi said, oh, yeah, I forgot about musicians, or Roger Daltrey. And Magnolia says, I am heading to bed, I think. No, I am sure. All right, have a wonderful evening, Magnolia, and have a wonderful weekend as well. And see, Anne says, Heidi, I'm betting on the Yankees and the Phillies in the World Series. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Yankees, just saying. I think they have the most appearances and wins at World Series, I think, over any other team. So that would make sense. Magnolia says, so have a lovely time on. Bye-bye to you as well. Thank you. If I had to say a musician that I had a crush on growing up, especially because of his voice and because I grew up listening to 90s country, I was a big fan of Josh Turner. He's the one that sings Long Black Train. Oh, his voice is amazing. And Angela says, Plant, sorry. Oh, got you. Okay, thank you. And Kelly says, Robert Plant. Okay, got you. Typo. And Talcana says, I think my first was the guy from the Highlander show when I was like 5. Don't even know his name now. Nan says, Zach, have you read Duck's Newburyport? Duck's Newburyport? It's a funny name. All right, everybody. I am going to ask you your next question. I'm going to do our next 45-minute sprint, and I can continue to drink my Moscow Mule while I also have water in the wings. This is your reminder to hydrate, everybody. Get a drink. Alrighty. So next question that actually is going to stay on screen is you have to delete all but 3 apps on your phone. Which ones do you keep? Which ones do you keep? Alrighty. And I got another 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading, and I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I have only 18 pages left of someone you can build a nest in. So I do believe that I will be able to finish it tonight. And before we left, I asked you all the question. You have to delete all but 3 apps off of your phone. Which ones do you keep? I think this one's kind of a fun one. Let's see. Jamie came in. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, hello, Alex and company. Just popping to say hi, heading out to see the long walk, but leaving you on my TV for watch hours. Oh, that's very sweet. Hopefully she's enjoying her movie. And Angela says, Sam Hugan from Outlander. I've never watched Outlander. And Zach says, Messajan Federica Lana. I feel like that first word was probably something else. Heidi says, Kelly, Robert Plant is featured in Buellman's The Lesser Dead. That's awesome. Teresa says, we have never had any apps. Like, no apps on your phone? Really? That's interesting. I think you might be the first person I've heard say that. Zach says, yes, I have read all 1,000 pages of Duck's Newburyport. And Heidi says, easy peasy, YouTube, Hoopla, and Google. There you go. And Kelly says, my 3 apps would be Libby, Google Maps, and if it counts, Safari. I feel like you would be allowed to have just like a search engine as not an app, because mine shows up as like a taskbar, almost like I can type into it. So I'm not going to count that as an app, but if you want to count that, that's fine. And Jamie says, I'm keeping Libby, Snapchat for video chats with my kids and grandkids, and Marco Polo. All right. And hang on, I recognize your picture, but your name says M5672. Is it Emily? Now I'm confused. I'm sorry. It says, assuming we're not counting phone and text as apps, my 3 would be Libby, Spotify, and Merge Mansion, a phone game. Kelly says, I also assumed phone and text don't count. Correct. And Stina says, if we're not counting texting as an app, I'll add YouTube back. Yes, absolutely. Melissa says, I'm not feeling too good. Thanks for the sprints, Alex. I'm sorry you don't feel well, Melissa. I hope you get to feeling better over the weekend. Thanks for coming. And Kat says, like Kelly, I'm assuming this does not include phone, text, Safari, or email. I would keep Fetch, Libby, and podcasts. There we go. And says, my wife says to keep takeaway, says to please take away my backgammon app. She says I practice too much and then she can never win. That's great. Robert says, Google Maps, Spotify, Stop and Shop. That assumes I get to keep camera, photo, phone, and email. Yes. Zach says YouTube, Audible, and Kindle. Talcata says, OneNote, YouTube, and Bookmori. Okay. And you said, but I'd be using my computer a lot more for all the things I do on my phone when I'm too lazy to go to a computer. Yeah, that is the reason I wouldn't keep YouTube on my phone, is because I'm like, well, I would just watch YouTube on my computer instead. Or I would go and, go to Etsy or go to Amazon and I would just go on my computer instead. I think the hardest part would be, this is difficult. I would want to keep Spotify for music, and I'd want to keep my notes app because I feel like those are important. But the difficult thing for me is I have this is so silly. I have 2 different Neopets mobile games on my phone, and I have to play them every day for my dailies in order to get actually earn real Neo points on the site. So I feel like I have to have both of those. So I would figure out something else, I guess, for the Notes app. Maybe I just send text messages to myself or emails to myself. And so I would keep Spotify and my 2 stupid little Neopets apps. Oh, that's so silly. And Kelly says, made it to 70 pages of 262 and Something Wicked This Way Comes. I'm not sure I'm getting the writing style. I often have this problem with classics. Ray Bradbury is kind of different in the sense that he is really descriptive with his writing, but his voice is definitely earlier sci-fi than later sci-fi. So I can completely understand if the writing style is a bit odd, because I always feel that way when I go and I read one of his novels and then eventually I kind of get into it. My hope for you is that you'll be able to do that as well. Herbert says, Alex, have you read Outlander? It's great. I have not yet read Outlander, but I know I need to. I will one day. The fact that Kat and I started a new long series together, and we're going to be reading that one. And then there's like some other things I want to finish. I will not be starting another huge series anytime soon. So I'll get to it one day when I'm like 40. And Stina says, my dad doesn't even have texting on his phone. That's actually interesting. Though I do have a family friend that only has a flip phone, and she refuses to like ever get a smartphone because she just feels that people don't need it, and she only uses it for calls. So I understand that. Angela says YouTube, Wordle, and Secret Cat Forest. Awesome. Kat says, I haven't read or watched Outlander. I also have not watched it, but I'm fairly certain that the TV show is very different from the books. Kelly says, my husband says Waze, email, and Spotify. He can keep the email. He can like that can be counted as one of like the normal apps, if you will. Heidi says, Robert, Voyager book 3 of Outlander was so great. I read it in one sitting. Oh my God. And those are not small books. And Zach says, got to page 173 in Architecti and still enjoying it. Good. Stina says, oh, I have to keep follow. I can't abandon my sloth. I don't know what follow is, but it sounds like it's some sort of like pet sitting app, which is cute. Robert says, Heidi, I read up to Echo. And Heidi says, Kelly, I didn't have something wicked from boredom. Oh, Heidi. Oh, Heidi. It was a different time. It was a different kind of classic. I definitely thought it was interesting personally, but I'm also a big Ray Bradbury fan. And Swing says, howdy, everybody. Happy Smile Day, happy Mean Girls Day, and happy Look at the Leaves Day. I wonder if that's why a friend of mine messaged and said she was going to watch Mean Girls tonight. Maybe it's because it's Happy Mean Girls Day. So very fitting. And good to see you, Swank. I hope you're doing well. Zach says, I had to flip phone. Oh, I had a flip phone until 2021. I still have one, but the quality has gone way down because nobody buys them anymore. Yeah, that's fair. They used to be the hotness. You can technically get a flip phone still if you want like a smart flip phone. You can get one of those, new razors. I had one of the old razors. It was pink and it was awesome. And I loved that. It was my first phone. Tokana says, wait, can we have multiple phones for all the apps? No. Though I do technically have 2 phones because I have a phone for work. So I wasn't even thinking about that, but that's a good point. Heidi says, Robert, I stopped Outlander after book 4. Too much of a big coincidence. Swing says, sorry, I'm late. I was hanging with neighbors. You never have to apologize for that. That sounds like fun. And I hope you had a great time with your neighbors. Also, during the last sprint, I ate my chili and had some Triscuits, garlic Triscuits. I love these things. They're so good. Still enjoying my mule. I'm nursing it. I had, 2 shots in it, so taking my time. I can't taste it at all. I mean, it tastes amazing, but just, not. I can't make another one either, so I'm just taking my time. I ran out of ginger beer. Dang it. And Stina says, I do have 2 phones, and the second one actually takes 2 SIM cards, so technically I have 3 phones. Oh my God. Kat says, you could have notes on your work phone, Alex. That's true, and I think I do technically have a notes app on my work phone, so fair point. And Zach says, I love Something Wicked This Way Comes. Yay! And how the lightning rod salesman appears in The Dead Zone by Stephen King. Yes, I also think that that's really awesome. I have yet to read The Dead Zone, but I did know about the reference because I believe it was in the copy of Something Wicked that I have. The person who did the introduction mentioned that and like how impactful the lightning rod salesman was. So I think that's cool. Cass says, Barry grilled hot dogs for us for dinner. Ooh. Grilled hot dog. Gotta love it. Did you have potato? I know it's always traditional for you to have potato on a Friday, but I do love hot dogs. Maybe you had French fries. Swang says, apps to keep YouTube, Kindle, and a speed card game. Okay, awesome. Wonderful. Well, we're all caught up and we're going to be down to the last 2 sprints of the evening. So I'm going to try to finish this book. And then after I finish the book tonight, the rest of the evening will be whatever I want to do during sprints. So that'll be fun. 17 or 18 pages left to go. And I'm going to go ahead and put that 45 minutes back up on the clock. And because we're in the last two sprints, I need you all to answer, please, the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It can be interesting to you and you alone. It doesn't have to be interesting to everybody. I usually find things interesting even if I have no idea what you're talking about, just because I like learning new things. So I think it'll be awesome. And I even made a note to myself to remember the interesting thing that I learned this week. I know a lot of you have started doing that too, which I think is super fun. So I will see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I finished my book. Whoop whoop. I give it 4.25 stars for someone you can build a nest in. And while it is technically a romance, this is an asexual romance. Like the characters don't like they like physical affection, but there's only one kiss and neither of them like it, but they love being around each other and there's absolutely no sex whatsoever and it's mostly focused on the horror and the gore. So I feel like this is a good book for people who want kind of like that mixture of like sweet and creepy, I guess is a good way to explain this. So I liked it overall. I thought that the characters were interesting, and there were some times that things could be a little bit repetitive, but I definitely think that the story has a large focus on trauma and like how that carries with people throughout their lives. So, yeah, I could give this a recommendation. Like I said, 4.25 stars. So hopefully that was good, a good sprint for you all, and that you felt like it was productive. And I asked you all, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? So I'm really curious to hear what it is that you have to say. I will start with mine. I learned that because I loved horses growing up and I knew a lot about them and like their physical anatomy and everything, but I didn't know this, that apparently horses, when they're born, their hooves are not fully formed. Like I figured that it was like it looked like a hoof, but it was just really soft and kind of cartilagey to make it easier for the mom because you don't want to have like a hard hoof when they're being born because that could, cause injury to the mother. But I still thought it was fully formed. And it turns out they're not. Baby foals are born with what are called fairy fingers, which kind of look creepy, but apparently they immediately start to harden and they like shed to get like their natural hooves so that they can actually walk around, which I think is really interesting. And I think I heard that another term for them are like their golden shoes, I think is what they said. So that was very interesting. And Kelly says, we're having leftover gumbo and a sourdough loaf we got from a local bakery. Hoo-hoo, that sounds amazing. And Kat says, no potatoes, air fried breaded okra. I do love okra. Pickled okra is my favorite. Breaded okra is really good. The only time I don't really like okra is if it's like slimy, if it's like cooked a certain way in something. But other than that, it's great. And Anne says, a high school friend and I are going to buddy read The Flowers in the Attic series. We remember reading the first one in ninth grade. Awesome. Well, cool. That sounds good. I never had to read that one, but a friend of mine did because she references it all the time. And Stina says, my dad's a flip. My dad's is a flip phone. He used to have texting on it, but he used to drive a bus for disabled folks, and he had one client who kept texting him just to say hi. Oh. Dolcana says, I think I read The Dead Zone when I was 10. My parents said I couldn't read it because I wouldn't get it because they told me I couldn't. I read every word in that book and didn't understand it. That's so funny. And Stina said, and this was back when text cost like 50 cents each. Oh no. Okay, well that is a completely different context because at that point it's like, no, don't text me. It costs me money. And you said I stir fried up some onions, peppers, potatoes, and hot dogs. Ooh, that sounds good too. Do you ever do that thing where like you cut up a hot dog and you put it in boiling water and you cut it a certain way to like where its little feet curl up to look like an octopus? My mom never did that for me when I was growing up, but I do think it's a really fun thing to do for kids or adults. Or adults. And Kelly said, the interesting thing I learned was that an animal called a raccoon dog, a tanuki in Japanese, exists. I had no idea it's related to foxes. I'll have to look that up. Thank you. And Zach says, I learned that there's a woman who has a male twin. She has her body with XX chromosomes and his blood with XY chromosomes. I saw that on the channel today. I learned science if anybody wants to know. How does that work? So, like, her blood has different chromosomes than, like, her muscle organs and stuff do? That's really interesting. And Stina says, I learned that I'm allergic to cedar and one specific type of mold. Did you do a allergy test? I'm hoping, and not that you like accidentally came into contact with something. And Kelly says, I'm off to dinner. Thank you for sprints. It was good to see you, Kelly. And Anne says, I learned that rutting season was for deer. I had never heard it called that. We just called it mating season. Yes, I have heard of rutting season. And Angela says, I learned the definition of will-o'-the-wisp. Long story, but I never questioned it back then in the day. I was always listening to Leon Russell's album with that title, Mexican Gothic, taught it to me. So what's the official definition then, Angela? And Swing says, I love the living room scene. I've got a pumpkin spice candle lit and sitting outside earlier. The leaves were starting to drop. The breeze was delicious and it felt so right being in nature. That's awesome. And Heidi says, I caught some YouTube clips where a woman listened to famous rock songs and was shocked by lyrics. Check out Aerosmith's Walk This Way and the Rolling Stones' Brown Sugar. Oh my God. Yeah, I still think it's really funny to think back on songs that my mom let me listen to over and over as a kid. And then, of course, she knew that I didn't understand a word of it. And then as an adult, I was like, why was I listening to that? And Kat says, I made progress on my bookshelves, but still have way more to do. Hopping off to watch TV with Barry. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, friends. Happy weekend to you too, Kat. Robert says, hit the like button. Oh, thank you. And Swank says, the phrase, oh, the humanity, was first uttered viewing the Hindenburg airship exploding May 6, 1937. Yes, and it was the reporter who was talking about it. And Zach says, my book got spicy in the last 2 sprints and even had something new for people that's read a lot of erotica. LOL. Demons get really weird. That's funny. Anne says, have you ever fried bologna? Oh my God. So, yes, I have. But I have like a little roundabout story about it. I'll keep it short. So when I was a young teen, I guess I should say a child, because like by the time I was a young teen, I was allowed to stay at home by myself. So I was still a child, but I was over at a friend of the family. She was a babysitter for me sometimes, and she would let me cook on her stove, wouldn't like help her to make food. And one day she asked me to fry her up some bologna, and I love bologna like straight out of the package. And that was something that they fed to us a lot in daycare and everything. Like I still to this day, I really enjoy just bologna out of the package. And I go and I start frying up this bologna, and I didn't touch it. Like I never touched it with my hands, but somehow like it permeated everything. And that smell got on my hands and I could not get it off no matter how much washing I did for like a whole day. And ever since then, I have never fried bologna. I have never like ordered it at any point. And I mean, it might be different now because that was like so many years ago. But yeah, I just have that very visceral memory of just that smell being like in my clothes and on my hands. And Stina says, yeah, the pulmonology testing showed that I have mild but controlled asthma, so my ENT started allergy testing. Okay, mild but controlled. I'm glad it's controllable. And you said, when I was a kid, our attic had a walk-in cedar closet, and I like playing in there, so that might explain it. Okay. And Angela said, I still fry bologna, grew up on it. Yeah, you're making me feel like maybe I should try it again as an adult, because I could always just buy a package of bologna knowing I'm going to eat it straight out of the package and then like fry one piece and decide whether or not I like it. I'm just worried that that smell's going to get stuck on me again and that I'll hate it. Oh, that's funny. Well, thank you everybody for sharing your interesting thing you learned. And we're going to move on to our last sprint of the evening, which is going to be 30 minutes. And since I finished my book, I'm just going to chill out during this last sprint. Whatever you want to do is perfectly fine. Chilling or reading, either way. And I will ask you the question I always ask for the very last sprint, which is the thing that accidentally showed up at the first sprint of the evening, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, it could be small, it could be something that happened 5 minutes ago or something that happened immediately after our sprint last Friday. I just want to hear about it. I think it's important to think about things that you have accomplished, to remember even small wins. And Robert said, Baloney Hands sounds like a horror title for a YA novel. It's kind of like Everything Everywhere All at Once with the hot dog fingers. Oh, such a good movie, though. All right, everybody, you have your last question, and I'm going to get the timer going and wish you all happy reading and see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I honestly spent that sprint just doodling and watching a YouTube video, so it was pretty chill. And hopefully, that last sprint was good for you and that you were able to be very productive this evening. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something that you accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And Anne says, we learned how to take a picture of a bill and then email it. Don't laugh. We are not extremely computer literate in this house. I'm happy for you if that's something you needed to do. Good for you. And Anne said, the wall is very interesting. However, it is also very strange and odd. That makes sense. And Angela says, I hung up my new plant basket on my porch yesterday. No power drill around, but I still have muscles. I'm headed to bed. It's been a long day. Thanks for the sprints. See you next week, I hope. Yes, well, let me think. Oh, no, I will not. I just realized I will not be here next week because I have a thing I have to do. So I won't be here, but I will see you all the following Friday. I promise. Won't be here next week, but I will be here the following Friday. And I guess my thing that I accomplished over the last week that I'm proud of was just that I kept a positive attitude despite some of the things that were thrown at me this week, and trying to go into next week with as much of a positive attitude as I can, because next week is definitely going to be busier than this week. So it's going to be okay though. And Robert says, hashtag capybara, thank you for sprints. And thank you for being here, Robert. It was great to see you. And not everybody replied about the last question, and that's totally okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and hop off of here and wish everybody a happy weekend. I'm sorry I won't be here next week, but I will be here the week after. So you all take care of yourselves. And yeah, I just hope that you do something this weekend to take care of you. I'll see you later. Bye.